tried hard not to let you down, and I hope you feel it, 'cause I can see. Sometimes we're caught in the lights. I feel it sinking in. This is what I know. I could say goodbye. I wanna start again. You're my oxygen. If you feel lonely, yeah, and you need someone to calm you down, I could be around now. Anytime, just come to me. Sometimes we're caught in the lights. I feel it sinking in. This is what I know. I could say goodbye. I wanna start again. You're my oxygen.
We've been searching for so long to find the place where we could belong. We always dreamed of better things to come and turned our faces towards the sun. We follow the light that we see in the dark and keep on going till we catch a spark. I believe there's a change to come. We'll never know if we never run. No one will sign into surfacing. I will get on the winding road. Don't turn around, we'll
to WePlay Season 3. We're back in the middle of the series. It is Empire at Finem, Game 3, do or die. The teams are with their backs against the wall, in the ropes, however you want to say it. And we're in the draft. What?
Ah, nice. This is nice.
What?
This
Great.
is nice.
This is nice.
He's
It's
put the
good.
ice into
It's
nice.
good.
Don't
No,
even
it's
need filler time.
good. We don't even, but we
I
need to talk about
recognize-
this because
This is a replay of game 2.
Yes, this is a replay.
Yeah.
it's not a replay, it's a draft.
Yes, because there's
Actually,
no bounty
it's,
hunter.
it's
actually.
pre-recorded. We're doing all the games, and this is from tomorrow. Since
This is actually from TI4. Was that? Could this be a TI4 draft?
Actually,
yes,
apart from the ledge,
Yeah.
at Finem picking Lich up again, I believe that they might ban out Alchemist. What do you reckon?
No, I don't think they're ban Alchemist.
No?
No, I don't think they're ban Alchemist.
they had a really good chance to win
I
that
don't
game.
know. I
They
don't
had
know
a
if they
super good chance.
I don't know if they get Lich Quap again.
Yeah, I don't
Do they
know.
get Lich Quap again?
I don't think they're gonna go Queen of Pain again. I feel like they... Nah, that was... I think they're gonna switch things up a bit now. They want something that can deal with the Furin a bit better. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for something along the lines of either Lone Druid, Bone Fletcher. Those are two heroes that are
What, second
good
pick?
at dealing. No, not
Oh,
second
just-
pick.
just overall
This
draw.
X is it's quite fine actually. It's good at dealing with
Lich,
the...
that's a
Oh,
nasty
I
lane.
like that.
That is a nasty lane. I mean, we saw what was it? Team Empire last game banned the axe. Or was it game 1? Definitely one of the games it was banned. I think
Yeah.
it was when I think it was Team Empire when they were drafting like the Fury and stuff.
He's good at pushing out the lanes and also one of those heroes that can kind of catch Nature's Prophet. But yeah, as for the course, I'm thinking carry kind of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for something along the lines of Bone Fletcher or a Lone Druid, because you want to have a hero that doesn't really care that much about Doom. And I would also like to see them pick more than one core that can deal a lot of physical damage. So maybe a Lone Druid plus another hero that can also deal physical damage, whether it's like a Windrunner Invoker. I don't necessarily know about those two. Even Alchemist for them, I think could have been fine. Now they ban it out
Or for
themselves.
Em-
Probably scared of Empire's Alchemist.
Yeah.
I like Puck for Team at Finem if they want to be that tempo controller for themselves. It's really good against the Doom here. It also is very good double initiating. So the problem with Axe sometimes if you don't have another initiator, it's like, oh well, it's kind of like all on him. But if you have this Puck too, it could also help out a lot. And then for the initiation, and then like we talked about a lot of times, Ember Spirit is really good against the Doom. We talked about it earlier.
But I feel like they're gonna have this. Even against these heroes, Deuce is quite fine. You can push out the lanes. It's something we saw. I think it was Vega.
Magnus Doom.
No, wait, who was it?
I
who
mean
ran that?
Magnus.
Was it Empire
Dusa?
actually? Yeah, it was Empire who ran the. We saw a Dusa up against the Nakes earlier.
Yes.
Who was that running the? It was a Dusa with a mag.
Here for at Finem because they have the
I've
Witch
got AC.
Doctor already.
He's
The
my
Witch
more
Doctor
confirmed.
goes very well with Medusa as well.
Yeah, it does.
Are they setting themselves up for that?
I think Witch Doctor was really good last time around for the Doom, just because of adding the extra sustain during that. I really, even though Pikehead said he didn't like the pipe, I think I really loved it against that lineup, especially against the Doom. It kind of negated all of it, and then it just like one bad team fight kind of, wrecked their plan that game. But I want to see what Empire are going to pick because it's so open with their draft and how they want to do things. Normally we can see Doom as support sometimes too, but trying to figure out what they want to pick up. Probably, yeah, okay.
Advinem
Lockdown.
should pick Lycan actually.
Like
that's
it?
the hero.
Ah.
That's the hero.
Nah.
That's the play.
For Empire?
I don't necessarily think that. No, for Advinem.
I
I
was
think
gonna say because
they're not necessarily gonna do it.
I think they should
it's
pick Broodmother
the hero.
actually.
And surely if you have
It's really good.
you're more likely to pick something like a Drow rather than a Lycan.
No, I don't think so. With an
Because
axe on your team already.
Well, you got the axe frontline, and you sit back and you just wallop them with your arrows.
I think you just pick Brood or Lone Druid like
But you don't
said
have
here.
any heroes that actually
Think
benefit from it.
Berserker's Call, and then there is a Drow with an Aghanims and a Mjolnir. That sounds good.
They don't have enough. No, they don't have
I
enough
didn't-
of the right clicks. You
Shiny.
can't get away with Drow.
I mean, yeah, Lycan is an Advinem pick. Lycan is an Advinem pick.
The thing is like this, they need a hero that doesn't get that affected by the Doom, is what I think. And also the Lion. Like, if you pick a Drow Ranger right now or something squishy, then the chances are that hero will just die. You can die to the Lion initiation, the Doom initiation.
Die solo to Lion
die
ganks.
to Wind Ranger with the Fury and ulti coming in,
I mean, wait, Jara's still in the pool.
Nah, Gyro's not the best
You don't think
against
Gyro's
Doom.
good?
I think he's also quite squishy.
No,
Hey, you
the
like
Puck
you were
talked
talking about
about that.
this.
Yeah,
you were
right,
like,
nice
mentioned
call,
Puck. I think it
Ryu.
could be
you mentioned Puck. You wanted to
potentially
see,
okay. I feel like if they finish this with something like a Duza or a Morphling or just they need some hero.
They need a
like
Lincoln's
a
hero,
Lincoln's
or
hero
they need Lone
preferably,
Druid.
or something
like
yes,
Lycan,
yes.
yeah.
Bone Fletcher, Lone Druid, or some Lincoln's type hero, Duza, Morphling, something along those lines. I would like to see for Finem.
And for Team Empire?
Or Lycan potentially. That's also for Team Empire. We did see the Ramsey Snitch's Prophet last game, right? So it's gotta be
I
a
would
mid
still run
Windrunner.
Doom core. I would use Doom support right now though, and then get another core, because I think they can get away with it. Maybe.
I think Doom offlane is fine.
Afterlife
It's hard to
Doom?
say actually.
I mean, he did pretty well in game too.
Yeah, I think he was fine.
Yeah.
I think it's.
It was a good performance.
What do they really need though?
We talked about how Alchemist is a hero that can pick up after he's been shut down in terms of farm by himself. What other heroes can do that since they're dealing with the Lich? How is Wind Ranger going to catch up on farm, for example? Or how is
Get killed.
whichever lane is going to get shut down?
Wind Ranger's gonna probably go mid, might get shut down. I was thinking actually Lone Druid for Team Empire is really good. You could even throw it in the off lane, and
Do
then
Empire
how do you
play
even how do you shut down a Lone Druid this game? How do you even kill a Lone Druid on Team, like if Team Empire had this?
A Lone Druid could be kind of scary, I guess. An offlane Lone Druid.
And it's a hero that goes for
And then you can
Midas,
just
so
pull, you
can
get
catch up with
EXP,
time.
Hey,
Nature's Prophet, safe lane, can go anywhere on the
Look
map.
at that, they banned that Medusa that you guys were worried about.
Yeah.
You're on the same wavelength.
Deuce is
as
scary
Empire.
still.
Yeah. I mean, what are
80
our
minute
Finem
games?
scared of? What are our Finem scared of? You look at Empire. I mean, I guess as you said, if it's going to be Ramsey's Prophet and Core Doom,
I'd be afraid of
I think it's
Lone
most likely to be Core Doom. I mean, I think Maposhka does play Doom as well sometimes,
Yeah,
actually.
he does.
Yeah. So I guess you're right. They do have that flexibility.
It might be a Spectre, potentially, but I'm not
I mean,
too
his
sure if I
Spectre's
like
still.
it. Spectre is, I think it's still viable.
The
I
agility nerf's
just don't
not
think.
too much.
Illusions can now get stunned one cask in a team fight, and all the illusions don't do anything.
No, I mean Spectre for Ad Finem.
Oh, okay. That can work. I wouldn't say that's. I would
It's
still
better. It's
say
way
that they
better
lack
on Team
damage,
AF's
though.
lineup than Team
Yeah,
Empire.
for sure. No, I don't think Empire is gonna pick Spectre. I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah.
that makes sense at all.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for Empire, but FNM it's decent for getting around the map, catching out the line maybe, catching out the Furion.
So right now for Ad Finem, you have the wombo combo with Dream Coil and the Death Ward.
Ricky!
And the Lurker's Call.
Ah,
I like that
just
Battle
kidding.
Ramsey's Jar.
Yeah, Ricky
Oh, I'm
can't do
one
it.
more thinking. Carry Earthshaker.
No.
No? I can dream. Someday it's gonna happen, guys. Don't
I mean, I
worry.
wonder if are they still thinking about the Lycan? Do they want to go for something that's going to be a bit more of a hard carry? Do you get yourself
You
a
have
slot?
one chance, one shot. What do you do? What hero? Bycat first?
Clinks.
He said, you
Clink-
did
oh,
say that
damn it.
earlier.
We
You
said
did say the
Clinks
bone
already.
We
fletcher,
didn't already
yeah.
say Clinks.
You
Yeah.
were
We
saying
said
that.
Clinks, Lycan, or Lone Druid was
And
probably
you,
the
I
top
mean, you're
three.
liking Clinks the most here?
Personally, I think
They've got a
Still
lot of
suffers
catch,
from
haven't
the
they?
problem
Empire.
where if you get gone on by Doom, you're gonna get screwed. Whereas
might
with the
be in
Lone
trouble,
Druid and
yeah.
Lycan, you have more opportunities to get out of jail-free cards.
but it's
there's
still
more
fine because he
Doom
has the
targets.
range and he can actually deal physical damage to towers. They can kind of siege. They can put an Aegis on that Bone Fletcher and then he has a lot of HP. So going on that Clinks might not be the easiest thing. So
What?
still fine.
Okay.
Phoenix into Clinks is actually quite unusual because of the strafe working quite well against
And then
the
that
Phoenix.
is it's still going to be a
Miposhka,
core Doom and a support
Phoenix.
Phoenix. So Jerax
Yeah.
style. Yeah. All right.
Okay, tell me who's gonna take this game, and therefore who is gonna be moving on in the tournament? Who's gonna get knocked out?
I think that Empire are gonna take it. I don't necessarily like the Lich with X too much. The Froststormer kind of counteracts X because you wanna be spinning a lot and it decreases your the attack speed of the
attack speed,
enemy.
yeah.
And also the lane doesn't make too much sense because X wants to push out the lane, Lich pulls it back unless they're gonna put the Lich mid somehow and then I don't know, jungle the X or leave him solo. I feel like it's gonna be pretty hard. So I think I would put Empire for winning this game.
What do you think, Owen?
I'm actually going to go with that Finem. I think they've been playing really well this series, and I like the draft. I think Axe and Lich has the potential to destroy a lane and then be incredibly disrupted in the mid game, and now with the Clinks as well. I can see it doing well.
Ryu?
I like Ad Finem actually, even though I think Empire is a better team. I think they're gonna make this puck work. I think they're gonna really.
Let's find out
Let's
what
do
our
it.
commentators think. It is time for the deciding game here in our lower bracket match. Empire versus Ad Finem. Take it away, AC and Draskell.
And welcome back one last time. It's been an up and down series, Draskell. We've seen some crazy things. Rapiers on the deck, a loss in the face of mega creeps, and then that game, the last game we watched, which was a 15,000 gold swing, I think, by the time all was said and done. And now we're ready to look ahead to Game 3, an elimination match between Team Empire and Finem. The game's already underway, so we're going to go ahead and jump in. And as we look at how things take shape, 30 seconds from the rune spawn, initial thoughts from you on the draft.
I think the Phoenix last pick was a bit interesting. I mean, I get what the idea is. There's only really 1 or 2 heroes on the side of Finem that are good against it, but once the puck hits a Blink Dagger, I think it's going to be really difficult for Miposhka to really get the kind of ultis off he wants in teamfights. And also you have Clinks, who is going to have Strafe, which kind of counteracts the Fire Spirits. And I think I'm going to have to watch and see. I mean, I've underestimated Phoenix in the past and how good things like Sunray are in engagements. Afterlife, and quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, he's going to have to go ahead and spin to Scorched Earth to make it away. That plus Tango should get him back into shape for the laning phase, but at bottom it was Scandal who took the rune. So while the lanes take shape, let's take a look at who's handling who. Afterlife is mentioned, playing appropriately on the Doom. It'll be the Nature's Prophet taken into the safe lane by Ramses. Scandal setting up shop here in mid on the Wind Ranger. It'll be Lion, played by King R, helping out down in bottom, doing his best to zone out the enemy offlaner. And Miposhka, as mentioned, on that Phoenix last pick. Other side of the river, it's going to be Spartan. He's going to be back on the Witch Doctor. Clinks going to be played by Madara. Had a great game last game on the Sven, just not enough to get him over the hump, unfortunately. This could be problematic. Afterlife hit with the Maledict, and I think he's going to tick down. Oh, yep, they got him. First barely. Blood. So, once again, Finem come out straight out the gate, firing hard, and find themselves in an early lead.
That was so close to not killing him. That was a level 1 Maledict, which doesn't really do a whole lot in the way of damage. So, pretty good that they end up getting that kill. The dual lane up here is actually pretty strong, so it's nice that Finem get the kill before levels start coming out, on the Phoenix especially, because you really want Fire Spirits and the Sunray going before that lane is really going to come to fruition.
Watching Afterlife once again take a few ticks, and Maledict, as you said, has come back in vogue. Granted, it's just level 1, but still, now he's in trouble as Miposhka wants to jump forward. And they're using the Fairy Fire. Is it enough? Fire Spirit's burning him down. Afterlife right there with them. They missed him with the last Fire Spirit. One more auto attack, though, will tie it up 1-1.
Really nice play there from Miposhka. I mean, this dual offlane it's making more sense now why they wanted to pick the hero. I was looking at kind of the mid-game and how difficult it could be to get a good Supernova, but the laning phase from Empire, just having these 2 heroes, I don't think that Spartan is going to be able to help support Madara that much. Like, if Miposhka keeps getting, like, good Fire Spirits off and, you know, you get the Icarus dive going, you can see more kills. Spartan might even eventually abandon the lane. Like, it's going to get very, very difficult very quickly for him.
Taking a look down at bottom, Ramses is farming well, not as well as Scandal is. He's right there with the mid laners, I should say, so he's doing just fine. Let's talk about this mid lane matchup a little bit, even though this top lane being as volatile as it is, where we're going to pay a lot of attention. But Scandal and the Puck, they're trading about even right now. Where do you think that's going to end up going? Do you think we're going to see rotations? I mean, those are 2 heroes that are relatively tough to kill, so do you leave them to their own devices and focus elsewhere, or do you go for it?
I think if anything, the Witch Doctor might go bottom, or you might have the Lich come top. I don't think there's really going to be much emphasis on mid unless Thug hits 6. So if there's a coil, then I can see them going for the Wind Ranger kill, but until that point, it's just a little bit too difficult. And, you know, Scandal is pulling ahead in this mid matchup.
Down at bottom, we saw Skylark and maybe forced all the way back under. Both of them very low on health, so they're having to spend a lot of regen early on. What do you think of this bottom lane? Think this is just going to get tougher? Ramsey's taken so much damage, though. Even with just 1 point in the Frost Blast, able to do a lot of damage.
It ain't going to get any easier for Finem, but luckily they have the Lich, so they can keep denying EXP. Going to see a teleport top here.
Gonna try to turn the fight. Madara in some trouble. He's being focused, doing what damage he can. It will be a 1-for-1, but that's a core for a Phoenix. So I would say Empire should be quite happy with that exchange.
And this is one of the strengths that you get when you draft that core position Furion who's just safe lane farming. He's obviously a very good laner already, and also means that anytime Finem or Empire themselves want to make a rotation, they can always just have that extra hero presence. And just having phase boost is already hitting quite hard. I do think that Empire should have a pretty decent lane advantage in this early game.
Taking a look around, Axe is doing quite well, all things considered, sitting at level 4 for the Lich. He's little short of level 4, a little further short, I should say, as Skylark needs 1 or 2 more creeps. Yeah, now he's level 4. But the offlane going well, at least so far as experience goes. The Lion just sitting at level 3 right now, and the Prophet 4.5 after participating in the kill at top. It's, you know, compared to the other games, I mean, we're sitting at about 1 kill a minute. This is actually quiet compared to every other game we've casted so far. Down at bottom, Skylark's in trouble. Trying to chase him down. Frost Blast is there. One last auto attack, not enough. Thanks to the 1 point in ice armor. That's going to keep this Axe alive with the haste rune at about 25 HP.
Man, that was so close, actually.
So close.
If he died there, I mean, the laning phase for Finem is really rough. Like Thug and, you know, Skylark both having to go back to base. They're chasing down Spartan as well.
Yep, now Ramsey's teleporting in. A couple more auto attacks, just 1 point into the Voodoo Restoration. Is it going to be enough? They need a couple more auto attacks. If they can find it, Afterlife, yep, they've got him. And that's going to be 3-2 now, favoring Empire. The aggressiveness is absolutely real as they're diving in between tier 1 and 2 areas near the jungle. So both teams coming hard. Ramsey's not done. He's going to move his way into lane. He's going to say, does he have any detection? He doesn't.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I just think that this is the way that Empire want to deal with the Lich. If they're not going to be able to get their hands on the Bounty Hunter and the Alchemist, which obviously were second phase bans from Finem, then you want a lineup that's going to be able to fight at a very early stage and punish the fact that Lich is more or less a stationary hero. Like, if he rotates to a lane, he's only offering a little bit of a nuke, but most of the time you want to just try to get as much experience as you can, deny those range creeps, and try to give one lane a significant advantage over the other. And now they're going to look back and say, okay, well, we got Coil now, but now we also need things like Blink on Skylark. And that's when their lineup is going to start becoming a bit more scary, whereas Empire don't have to wait that long. They can just walk at you, which is pretty much what they've been doing.
Yep, Skylark's even cutting creeps already. Just doing so fearlessly, not worried about any kind of a rotation. It's a double damage room bottled up by the Wind Ranger. And this mid battle continues to rage, but really the top and the bottom lanes, I think, is where we're going to see most of our action. Early CS, we have Wind Ranger on top. Clinks is right behind her at 29. 28 for Ramses on the Nature's Prophet, and 28 for Thug on the Puck. So everyone's kind of finding their farm, man. Even the Axe sitting at 23.
That's not too surprising. I don't think the safe lane of Empire is like super strong by any means. At least not strong enough to just completely zone out a hero, especially considering Ramses has been teleporting around. He's not really sitting in that lane trying to just farm up.
They're going for a kill. Maledict is off. There's the Hex to slow things down. And doesn't matter. Here we go. Mipashas, this is a bad situation for Finem. They've lost one. One's over in the jungle trying to find his way away. Skylark trying to outrun the Bean. Can't do it. That's a double kill. And make it 3 down as they got a little too grown for themselves. Scandal getting involved in the mix with that double damage room. But, of course, Mipashka on the Phoenix, the one getting the majority of the work done there. Suddenly, Empire doubles up Finem 6-3.
That combination of Nature's Wrath and Dive was so nice.
Yep.
Like getting the vision going, hitting all 3 targets, get the fire spirits out. That's the kind of thing that Finem really can't deal with very well. Like they need the Puck and the Axe to both have Blink, and that's when their team fight's going to start to accelerate. But until that point, they have a really hard time taking fights on their own terms. And then Empire can just, you know, turn on the Scorched Earth, teleport in Ramses, or just dive in straight up.
Yep. And
just take those fights whenever they want.
Earlier, I can't remember if we were talking about it on air or off air. We were talking about the Blightstone, and that's been picked up on Madara. So talk to me, you know, just relay some of the things we discussed earlier.
Well, it's a very cost-efficient item for sure. It's 2 armor reduction for 300 gold, which is very good. And it's also a natural build-up into things like Desolator.
Thug caught in mid. There's going to be the Hex to follow it. Earth Spike, and they got him with a power shot. Tough to kill a Puck at this level, but they got him. Well played.
And getting that pick is huge. Just the laying, the Puck timing. It's a really rough early game so far for Finem. They're getting some farm, like in the way of CS, but they're still very far away from their core items. And against a team with a Fury, and you're going to lose a couple of tier 1s before I think the Blinks are even going to be finished on either Skylark or the Puck at this stage. And while their picks look pretty good on paper, the laning phase is just really, really hard on them.
And not a lot of momentum. In fact, hang on, double TP's coming in. They've got the Lich there as well. Skylark up, he's going to be Hex. Madara's there. He's going to try to engage, going to work on King R. Caught out, stunned out. Now Afterlife coming in. And they're going to be able to bring down one. And now maybe picked up on the back of the fight. Here once again comes Mipashka. Skylark trying to find some spins, cannot do so. What? A full 5-man wipe. And 9 minutes in, absolutely game-breaking right now. If you're at Finem, and you talked about taking tier 1s, how about a nice taste of a tier 2?
This is just Snowball City coming in from Empire. The thing is, if you look at the CS, it's not really indicative of the kind of lead that they have, just because, again, you know, at Finem need their core items, and the puck didn't even get a chance to use his coil there. Madaro's going to deal a decent amount of damage here to Afterlife, but it doesn't much matter. They still lose the tier 2 in the process. They're not able to get the deny. Empire just seemed to be, I don't know what it is. It just seems like they found Ad Finem's kryptonite. Just how they picked the Lich 2 games in a row, and both times it's being punished.
And punished hard. If you take a look, we're at just 10 minutes in, and almost 500 gold a minute lead built by Empire up to this point. XP's a little closer, and that's owed in large part to what you were talking about, the laning phase just being closer so far as pure out-and-out CS happens to go. But nonetheless, really well played early game, and Empire find themselves in a gorgeous position as the tomes begin to come out now.
I'm kind of wondering if Ad Finem have a way of taking a team fight before Blinks. It's so much more difficult for them to start an engagement than it is for Empire, because with Ethereum, you can kind of just start sieging, and then the enemy has to make the choice of, okay, do we let them get the tower, or do we try to fight? And that means Empire can always make Ad Finem come to them, whereas Ad Finem can never really take a fight on their own terms yet.
Right. It feels like until there's Blinks, basically, Ad Finem doesn't have anything where they can apply dedicated pressure. They are going to catch Madara here. And he's in trouble once again, trying to just trade with Ramesses, but that's tough whenever you've got Miposhka right up your tailpipe and slowing things down. That's 2, 1, and 7 on this Phoenix. So 9 of the 12 kills that have taken place for Empire, Miposhka has been a major part of.
This hero has done so much work in the early game. Like, I was really focused on the ultimate and what it could do in fights, but he doesn't even care about popping it. I don't think we've seen a single supernova yet, and he's level 7. They're just getting towers.
Up, Scandal solo coiled. Silenced out. There's going to be the Death Ward. Trying to buy some time. He's got help, but it's going to take a minute. There it is. Miposhka, speaking of that ult, Draskell, flies through and sends Ad Finem scattering. There's another follow-up. The Doom not even necessary, able to chase him down, and now the Lich picked off. And the second half of a double kill for Scandal as Empire improves to 15-4. Guess what? There's another tower just ahead. That's a tier 1, not going to stand for long.
I wonder if teams are watching this right now and just debating, you know, maybe we should start thinking about picking Phoenix in response to the Lich.
Yep.
Because on paper, it makes a lot of sense. You know, the Lich is going to be running a stationary laning phase. The Phoenix, you can never really die to a Lich lane, and you always are going to offer a lot against heroes that are really heavy right clickers, like Clinks, for example.
Right.
So anytime you're relying on that hero to carry your damage output against a Phoenix, you know, it's the same thing for Lone Druid. People were picking Phoenix in response to that, and it's just working out wonderfully for Empire.
Drums picked up on the Doom now. And Madara is trying to keep an eye out. He's got to be careful. They preemptively dusted earlier just to see if they can catch him. That or it was an accident. But in either case, they're very, very happy to spin their detection to make sure that he's kept down. Are they just going to reset and march now?
Why not?
Yeah, I'm with you.
There's no blink on either Puck or the Axe. They're going to go for a smoke anyway. They need to try to make something happen.
All right. Make or break right now for Ad Finem. They want to have any sense of momentum left in this early game. Miposhka spotted out. He's got Icarus dive if and when he wants to use it. They're yet to find him. Oh, now they've got him cornered. Spent too much time trying to pursue. Skylark's going to die. No counter initiation coming out of Ad Finem. And now I don't think there's any reason whatsoever to not march down this lane and take another tower.
I mean, I guess on the bright side now that they actually have like the Chain Frost almost back off cooldown, there's Death Ward for Ad Finem, so maybe if they get a really good coil, they can try to take a team fight, but there's so much they have to worry about. Like, they have to worry about Doom. Scandal already is making his way towards Aghanims. He's going to have it in about 1,200 gold. You got to worry about Miposhka and the Supernova. There's a lot of high priority targets, and I really feel like without the initiation potential of Blinks, there's just not a lot they can do.
Yep.
I mean, I know we keep coming back to kind of the same thing, but the problem with their lineup is your Clinks can't deal damage unless heroes are able to initiate for him. Right. And if he just comes out and invis, he's going to get doomed, or he's going to get shackled or hexed or whatever, right? So you need the initiators like Puck and Axe to start a fight so he can actually hit somebody, because otherwise he can't deal damage.
Miposhka spotted, and I mean, this is basically what we just saw is exactly what you're talking about, Draskell. They both saw him, they were right beside him, but the Axe just can't get close enough. Bottom.
Yeah.
Free kill.
See you later, Witch Doctor.
Empire able to finally get something working a little bit.
That's really the Achilles heel of their lineup, is their primary physical damage dealer in the Clinks can never really feel safe about coming out and like just hitting a strafe and punching somebody, because he's either going to get Doom, Hex, Shackled. There's so many ways of controlling where at Finem, their primary mode of control is dropping a coil. But if there's no silence follow-up on that coil because your puck doesn't have blink, then it doesn't feel as threatening.
Right.
And likewise, if you don't have blink on Axe, there's no like disable coming out except for a cast. Like no disable against Doom and this Wind Ranger and Phoenix. They just have free reign in the fights.
Now they've got free reign in the Roche pit as well. Don't know they would even try to contest this. I'm not sure if they know what's going on, but
Even if they did, it's like
exactly.
maybe you can throw out a Chain Frost and a coil and hope for the best. But that would be about it.
Immediate smoke out of the pit, and let's see what they can find.
Ag's done for Scandal as well.
Jeez. Call just spin by Skylark.
Oh, if he dies now, that would be so bad.
Yep, they got him. There's going to be the Hex, the Shackle follow-up. Did that not latch? It doesn't matter. Blown off the map, deleted by King R.
And he was at 1850 gold as well. That's farther away from the blink.
And they're going to go high ground. We'll see how long they want to linger. Don't know it'll be super long, but the cooldown on respawn just so low that with the Lion ult spent, they still do have Doom though. We'll see.
I mean, they're going to have Focus Fire back up in about 5 seconds, and Aghanims is coming. I guess they're going to make the choice to just push the tier 2 top instead. It's a safer option, and without the use of blinks yet, they're not going to be able to defend the tier 2. They're just going to have to let it die, I think. So yeah, they're even drawing it on the map. Maybe next time is like, all right, we need to push the other lanes. They're going to go for our tier 2. We need to try to make sure that we're getting something in return. And we're not going to get an objective, at least get some kind of map control, because for crying out loud, Empire have not lost a tower.
They're up to about, no joke, 1,000 gold a minute lead that they've generated since the game
This
started.
is like one of the most lopsided games I think we've seen.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it is the most lopsided we've seen since the tournament began. Short of 20 minutes and already knocking on tier 3. And they're just going to keep running. So at Finem, suddenly, much earlier than anyone would have anticipated, find themselves with their backs against the wall. Shackle, tipped off the creep, didn't hit. Power shot does a little bit of damage. Both teams just kind of standing off right now. Worth mentioning, Scandal has a regen rune on top of having the Aegis as well. Neither team really willing to commit, and without the blinks.
Oh, we got one now on puck at least.
Oh, do we? Didn't see the pickup. All right, so Thug's got the chance if he wants to go. Is that a deterrent at all if you're Empire?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit worrisome.
Goes in, shows it off. They didn't. Oh, wow, the immediate doom. In goes the Phoenix. Mipolshka comes back down, got the Fire Spirits off, still has his ulti. Can even use that ult to zone them right now if they want to. That's 2 down, the Witch Doctor and the puck. It is low cooldowns on the respawn.
This is, how do we put it not good?
Well, I mean, they're not getting any damage done. They didn't have any creeps. That's probably the only big thing they got going. What a shackle! Scandal, seeing it, making it happen. 4 down now. And low respawn timers or not, they are just happy to continue to walk over top of Ad Finem. And I don't even know what you do. It's 18 minutes in, and you're a team with a Clinks. A hero who wants to take advantage of map control. Don't know you're going to be doing that well with a set of racks down prior to 18.
I'm just running it over in my head if there's any better lanes that they could have put together. Because the Lich, like the Lich Axe and then the Witch Doctor Clinks, they're on paper, they're actually really decent lanes. But they couldn't really do anything once the Phoenix started getting levels at top. Like they couldn't go for kills. So in that sense, Afterlife is getting Devour Gold, you know, he's leveling up, he's getting closer to his ulti. And the Clinks is still being contested in his lane. And then bottom, you're up against his Nature's Prophet, who doesn't really care about Axe at all, because you can never really cut against him. He gets early phase, he starts teleporting around, controlling the early game tempo a lot. And what's a Lich gonna do against that, right? Like, Lich is not gonna leave his lane to go try to fight in this early game against these skirmish type heroes that Empire have picked up, and I think that they've just found a really nice answer for dealing with the hero in general. Because before, when we used to see Lich picked, when he was kind of like Lich Doom meta, people were picking like Spirit Breaker and whatnot because they really want to force the fight. They want to make you try to fight with the Lich because they know that he offers no control and his overall teamfight presence is pretty weak.
Right.
And that's kind of what the Furion does here for Empire.
Madara found and spotted, but able to TP away. Even so, that's a tremendous amount of damage that Phoenix is able to output. There's
Okay.
another blink. This is probably going to be it. Like,
Yeah,
if
here we
Finem
go.
can't make it work now, I don't know it's ever going to work for him.
This is, unfortunately, it is their best chance, but it's such a slow blink timing, and Empire already has so much.
Tier 3 down, pipes up on Doom even.
Has fallen.
And doesn't have it in his inventory. Scandal's just happily just taking down racks with not being contested at all.
He's got Aegis. Like, how are they supposed to initiate on him?
And Madara, look at this. He's trying to peck away now. There we go with the Phoenix. Throwing out the Fire Spirits. This is just going to be a free racks that cost him nothing. In fact, Skylar trying to get involved. Blown off the map again by King R. Thug was doomed. He's down before he can have any impact. And we may just be about at the end of this one, man.
I don't think I've seen such a beating in a while. I kind of got a feel for Finem. They might get Ramses here at least, or not, Sunray.
Yep, Sunray's a good spell. Balanced.
All right, good game, well played comes out. 20-minute good game.
Well,
What a performance out of Empire, man. I got to say, their lanes were extremely solid. You know, Ramses in the safe lane, Nature's Prophet, seems to work really well for them in the style that they like to play against this Lich first pick. And this is kind of one of the reasons why, you know, Lich was in the meta not too long ago.
Yep.
So when you look back, this is one of the ways that you deal with it. You know, you have this team that can force engagements all the time. You go for this play where you're just so active that the Lich cannot react. And
Right.
sitting at a lane, when you're losing, like mid, you're losing your safe lane simultaneously, the Lich just doesn't offer you much.
Right.
It's like, okay, you're getting some experience in gold, but you know, you're losing the Witch Doctor in lane. The Axe was 0, 7, and 2, level 9 by the time that game ended.
Well, and what's ridiculous is he actually had a really good laning phase. Like when you
Yeah.
looked at like the early lane, he cut it close a few times. He almost died a time or two. But for the most part, he was on par with levels, and he was one of the highest farmed heroes. He was hanging with mid in terms of overall CS.
Yeah.
It just, once we started to see the movement come out of Empire, like you said, man, there just wasn't a whole lot to be done. It was just too much to handle, and after a crazy series at game 1 and game 2 that really went back and forth and showed us some crazy stuff, pretty much a curb stomping in game 3, and that'll be the exit. Unfortunately for Finem, want to give them again credit. I think they still came out and surprised a lot of people. You said you've been watching this squad in one iteration or another play for a while, and it's a squad that I know I personally will be looking forward to see play in the future as well. I'm AC, and that's Draskell. We're done for tonight, but don't worry, we got one more series coming up next. Stick with us. We're going to take a short break. After that, back to the panel.
You wanna sit?
Yeah, welcome back to the panel here. Empire, what a dominating performance, and they go through here. They will face Navi tomorrow, and that's going to be our first match tomorrow to start with, so make sure not to miss that. Unfortunately, though, Finem knocked out. It's out and over for those guys. They had a good, solid performance, but in this third game, they got rolled. They got rolled over, and what even happened in that game, Pycat?
Lich.
Well, I
Wrong
think
rings.
that yeah, they didn't get that much out of their Lich. They had this Lich X dual lane bottom, and I kind of briefly talked a little bit about it before the game, like how they kind of counteract each other. They don't have that great chemistry,
Yeah.
Lich and X, because X wants to push out the lane and apply pressure through clearing the wave, and Lich wants to pull the wave back. So it kind of doesn't make sense how you put those two together. I would have preferred it if they actually put the Lich potentially mid, and in jungle the X, or left him alone, you know, whatever. I think overall their lanes didn't go great, and then from there we kind of just saw the Empire around, I think it was like very early on, it was like around an 8 to 10 minute mark-ish, where they kind of just took control of the entire map and just started killing all of the heroes of AF, and they also have no way of coming back into that game. I mean, even at the end of the game, I think X didn't have a Blink Dagger, and with that lineup that they have, the Bone Fletcher, he can't come back into the game, X, Puck, they're just not comeback heroes, so...
You have to get your Blink Dagger timings with this lineup, and if you don't at an early pace, then it's just pretty much over from there. They have to be your tempo controllers, your Axe, or your Puck. And yeah, it was even weird. At level 2, the Lich went for Frostheimer instead of even, you know, the Nova Blast there. It's just really weird to see it. As you said, it's not the best, you know, synergy there in the bottom lane. They should have put it mid. They should have put a lot more pressure on the Wind Ranger. Give, you know, Thug a really good time on his Puck in the mid lane. They could harass a lot. And yeah, they just had, I think we now see how to deal with the Lich though. You have a Furion, you go to either that lane that the Lich is in or a different lane, apply the pressure there, make the Lich rotate or do something, and then you just go elsewhere. And then you see how much success they have at pushing down these towers early on against that hero.
What did you think, Owen?
Yeah, I mean, just on the topic of the Fury, it was what 7-0, 17 at the end of the game. I mean, so it's ridiculous. That game, he just absolutely steamrolled them. He had like what, a mech, a Necro 3. He was just powering down lanes. It was, I don't know. There was a reason why we're seeing lots of times Furians being in that first, banning phase, and we're seeing how much that Empire can do with it and how well they can play around it. And I think going back down to, I think it was just Finem with the Lich, the action, the Clinks, just trying something that was not something that it wasn't really a lineup that you could expect to see other teams doing. Not that same kind of draft. It was something a little bit different, and it just didn't work out for Finem, which is a little bit disappointing because the rest of the series, Finem gave us a really good fight, but that game, it just fell apart from the start, and there was just no catching back up to the way that Empire were playing, because Empire just took control of the map, took control of the game, and there was just absolutely zilch chance of Finem coming back in that one.
Now, very soon we're going to go over to the stage because we are going to try to, speed things up because it's getting kind of late and we still have to go through one best of 3, even though it's already 11 p.m. I believe, or something like that. I don't know for sure.
What are you talking about? I said I thought we were sleeping here tonight.
Yeah. We're gonna,
What?
yeah.
I already got my
I'm not.
pajamas here. I'm already ready.
These guys are sleeping here, but I'm not.
We're sleeping here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the couch.
On the couch.
Enjoy. No, we are going to soon go over to the stage where the next 2 teams are going to be walking on stage. The next 2 teams are going to be Spirit and Evil Geniuses. So be ready for that to happen at any moment. No,
Be ready.
Not now.
Oh, not now.
But
Now you made
before
me
we
and Owen
talk
like a fool.
what?
Oh, nothing.
Before we talk about that match, Empire is going to move on to face Na'Vi. You wanted a CIS matchup. You got it.
Yeah. No,
That's gonna be good.
I'm happy about that. I think it's also going to be nice that we're going to see that game tomorrow.
Yeah.
And tomorrow it's going to be a Saturday, and I think there's going to be a lot of people here at the
There is
venue,
definitely,
and it's going to be crowded. It's going to be really hype, and I think it's also going to be a really nice matchup. It was Empire up against Na'Vi before, where Na'Vi they took that matchup. It was the Wind Ranger plus bottom strategy, was it?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that
No,
was
I
the
think
game,
that was
right?
that game,
I
yeah.
believe so, yes.
They also had the Batrider that game, General, once again,
General
killing
Bat.
the
Yeah, you killed the morph.
morph.
They had a morph
Okay,
link
now I
for-
remember
Somehow
the game
General
with General.
Yes.
seems to kill
He
heroes
always
when
kills
he's
himself,
Batrider in the
Even
lane.
if it's
Yeah,
a
it's not
morphling,
like- it's
which
gonna be-
Andy said, morphling is not going to die.
Didn't they have Wisp too that game?
Will
for
Empire
Na'Vi?
strike back
Didn't they
against
give them an
Na'Vi?
FI? Yeah.
That's the question here.
Well, it's a best of 3. You can't make the same mistake twice and having General get Batrider twice in a row like
No, you
that,
just
or
meant-
pick morph twice in a row and that not working out. So I think that's going to be a big up for Empire there compared to yesterday, because yesterday was a little bit sad, the match that they had against Na'Vi there. Who do you favor for tomorrow? This is a quick prediction.
I think Na'Vi are still my favorites. They did win the previous one.
I hear
and
someone talking in Russian very actively, so we are going over to stage as
Oh, there we
we
go.
have EG and Team Spirit joining the stage, and we are still talking over this, by the way.
We
so
are?
it's not-
Okay.
Yes, we are.
Don't worry, you don't need to
Don't
tell me not to
worry.
shut up.
But I do want you to introduce.
You,
Owen,
no, you
Owen,
have to. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Owen is you're gonna introduce the first team that comes up.
Oh, Spirit, okay, that's gonna be
What
hard.
is-
Let me try and get these guys. Let me see if I recognize them all.
Let's see.
Who are we getting first, EG or Spirit?
Let's say I think Ramses will be first for carry, maybe.
EP, who?
PPD.
Oh,
No.
this is Spirit, isn't it? Oh, here we go, Illidan. Top lad, shrugging his shoulders, he doesn't know where he is. There we go, leading the way, we got behind him, right, we've got...
How many
Funny.
people will there actually be in the
flat
arena?
in the middle.
Go black. Always want to
Go
fly.
black.
Iceberg.
Oh, but, oh yeah, that's Iceberg, yeah, that's right. Look at these lads, they love it. The crowd's going crazy, all 5 of them.
Yeah, that's a massive crowd.
Come on, he's trying his best to lose, right?
The music is very hype.
We are excited at least.
I'm excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I cannot
Get to
wait.
see EG play again. It's
I'm
gonna
going to be
nice.
casting
Okay.
this game and I'm on the panel. I think something's gone wrong logistically, but we'll be fine.
I think I'm gonna be casting this game too.
Oh,
I'm also
We're
going
just
to
gonna
be
cast him
casting
here.
Oh,
this
it's
game
EG.
soon.
Look at this.
Okay, go for intro.
Oh.
Make it good.
I'll
make
do it.
good.
I'll do it. Let me
Okay.
do it.
Okay, go, go,
Ryu,
go.
you're the
All right.
NA expert.
Ryu
There
got
we
it.
go.
Ryu got this.
Something that you'll be good at.
I'll wait for it.
Wait.
Oh.
I'm waiting for him.
Oh.
We're waiting patiently. I
Divinity
think
Star
EG
Step.
left the building. They don't want to play
Oh,
anymore.
who's gonna lead the way? That's the question.
I think I know what's happening right now. I think
Can't
there's a
afford
no.
rights for the American
This is-
players.
There's a video being played about EG
Yeah, this
for
sounds
the
like PPD.
Russians, and unfortunately
I can
we
hear
don't
PPD.
have that footage.
I can hear him talking in my head. It's the same thing that RTZ's going to be stuck with. It's PPD's voice. I can hear. Can you hear PPD?
We're gonna try to find a way to
One
get
TF.
the footage also at some point, guys. I'm very sorry that.
What's going on?
Well,
At least they get to look
there's
at
an
us.
EG video.
I can just hear PPD talking to me.
That's because it's on the speakers in the stadium.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
There's the
There
man.
he is.
Peter Dagger.
Peter.
Maybe I can hear.
I haven't seen EG all event.
That's because they're not here. We've
I
actually
saw
got
them
some
at the breakfast.
fantastic.
You saw them at
looking-
breakfast?
Yeah.
Yo, but
Yesterday.
you woke up really late.
No, yesterday.
Oh, yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It'd be funny if they were already in the booth and they we only had the
Why does
introductions.
EG get a hype video? No one else has had a hype video.
Yeah. No, we
They
had a
won
hype
the
video
international.
for.
Oh, come
no.
on. Oh, that was like 4
There's a
patches
hype
ago.
video
4
for
patches
everyone.
ago.
We also
Different
had a hype
team,
video
Different
for.
team.
AUI still
Finem.
back?
Hey, he is back. Sorry, is he here?
At Finem had a hype video too, which
Oh,
we
did
also
that? We
missed.
just didn't.
Yes.
Oh, we didn't see it.
Yes.
Oh,
There we go. Go on. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Evil Geniuses, we have the old man himself here. Here we go.
Rules 5.
Let's see who is next behind him. It's kind of interesting seeing Fear. He's PPD. What a handsome guy. Sumail, Bobo, and back on the team, AUI. Very good.
yeah. Look at Bulbous.
Can you do me a favor?
Sumail
Can you
does
say
not
something
look
like
at the table.
woo woo woo?
Sumail's
Woo, woo, woo.
I sound like a monkey now.
Sumail.
I mean, there's
look at him.
gonna be some people
Looks
there
like a
that
man
get my
about to build
reference. I don't know
armor
if you
and
got my
win range. I
reference.
can't wait.
Are you a woo girl? Am I a woo girl now?
No, that's not my reference.
Okay, what
My
was it?
reference was another LAN event
Huh?
from a different game. I'll show you sometime. It's okay.
All right, there's Phil. Good lad.
I
thought that was
funny how
Dakota.
They had like Fear in
Cool
front.
guy.
Dakota. I thought that was.
No. We saw
Cool
the
guy.
manager, EG.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's Phil. Phil Aaron.
The banana
He
man.
used to be in politics, actually.
He did. He used to be
Nice guy.
the president of
No.
Uzbekistan.
Yeah. That too.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we are gonna have our next series hopefully very soon, as I think also the players want to just play and get the series over with because it is late. Well, I say that, but we are in an elimination match. It is still lower bracket. EG Team Spirit. It is difficult for me because Team Spirit is their performance yesterday was very lackluster.
It's
And I want to
weird as
believe
well.
that was just them trying out some stuff in the patch and it didn't work out, but now they're gonna like show up, you know?
Well, I don't think they did anything really super weird, did they? They just kind of did
No,
spirit stuff.
the first game was
first
super
game was
weird.
super
What was
weird.
The first game.
Yes, very weird. Very weird. The
Life
second game
Stealer
was
Axe.
like they
More-
picked Treant
Yeah,
and
that's
stuff,
a Go
but
Black classic.
it wasn't that the problem. But the first game, I'm trying to remember what they had now. It's like really off the wall.
Axe, Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Oh,
The-
yeah.
like the melee strat against the Dusa,
Yeah.
and they just got Dusa'd. And Magnus against 3 melee cores.
I feel like
What
this
is
Pretty
that?
good
series,
hero.
like this series is something you would anticipate to be like in the winner bracket finals or something. Even like if you a few months back, you would think that this is a series that would be
Yeah.
like this could be the winner bracket finals or even the finals of this event. If it was a few months ago, I feel like Team Spirit were playing very well and obviously EG, but I think it's still. I mean, now we're seeing them in both at the brink of elimination.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
And I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a very nice series. I know, we're here. It's late. We're all obviously quite tired, but I'm actually really excited to see this series.
You should be because you are cast in this match, and hopefully we're gonna be given a chance for you
He's
guys
easy
to.
biased though.
So do I get to like over to you, and then?
I don't know because I don't know who's gonna put you in the game. For
You should
example,
just
because I see
actually you should
AC
just
standing
walk off
here.
set right now, and then we'll just replace you.
But with whom? Because I know that Andy
Oh, we
is
got
eating
people
pizza.
here eating
I'm
pizza.
watching as well.
Hey guys,
Andy, you're meant to be on the panel.
Ande.
you're not panel.
No, you're not.
Oh yeah, he's done.
He actually is done.
He's done
No,
because
'cause
he's
he
actually
was,
done.
spots.
he was meant to cast with me. But now I've got Pike.
Yeah, but no, that doesn't work because he was meant to, and
Well,
then
he meant to be on the
Pike was
panel.
supposed to be on the panel. It doesn't. You can't swap
That's right,
like
boys.
that.
Solo cast. I got
Oh.
this. Oh. What's going on?
Aha! Yes! Your prayers have been answered. Here it is. the Evil Geniuses video.
It's our first tournament as a team. For our current roster, we have Fear.
No.
Yeah, he needs a break. Oh, we're back.
We're back,
Oh, we're
Sheever.
back.
The video.
You got downvoted.
Oh yeah, well I didn't
Downvoted.
hear anymore because
Certainly was not
my
1 minute and 20 seconds.
no, it was not 1 minute.
Where's
It
the
was
thumb
not.
down emote in Twitch? We have the thumbs up, but we don't have the thumbs down.
I got the quiz. Well, we're back. Never mind.
We're back. I mean, the question is REG.
Some logistics didn't go the way that they were meant to go.
I'm actually REG back. I want to know.
We'll
So
see.
my point was
That was the fastest video ever.
Super fast, 1 minute 20.
Piken, you can't go because there's no replacement
go.
for like.
There's no
Andy
replacement
can't
No
be
for
replacement for you, Pike.
your looks, your brain,
But I'm supposed to be.
I
over
don't know
there.
if
your Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
you can't
You
switch.
don't remember Owen's reference?
With,
Okay, never mind.
I don't know. Never mind. We're gonna figure that out later. We're gonna have EG versus Team Spirit. We were talking about it right before we were going to a video that wasn't played.
Yeah.
What do you think about the series? Because we already heard their thoughts.
It'll be very fun to see how EG plays. They played very greedy yesterday, and I
Yeah.
want to see how they either adapt or if they're going to still play that same kind of style where they're trying to go, 2-3 cores, Enigma still for Fear, or if they're going to change it up. Also, for me, for the other side of things, Team Spirit, if they're going to draft themselves into a corner. Now that I remember, it was Gallblack's Shadow Demon, the first game that had a very, very bad performance.
Oh, yeah.
Was there a
And
Kunkka?
Yes, there was a Kunkka.
Yeah,
they
that-
dual laned
that
it mid,
was-
but it was against a Magnus, and the Magnus just skewers away, and they weren't able to make that dual lane work. So I think Gallblack needs to step up either, actually both. Step up his drafts, step up his play, and I think Team Spirit have a good chance.
Because
agree.
I mean, I keep saying that Spirit yesterday was underwhelming, but maybe Evil Geniuses was yesterday a little bit underwhelming as well.
What, EG?
Yeah.
I think EG more, though, that they still had the play there. They were just trying some stuff out. They were doing some weird, kind of, they were experimenting. I think that was quite evident. I don't think it was really necessarily right out bad play from them as a team. But at the same time, I feel that Spirit's got a lot more potential than what we saw yesterday. So they're going to be able to raise the ball up a bit, but I think going into this one, EG should certainly be seen to be the stronger side. But Spirit, I don't know, they've obviously been playing together for longer than EG's, its last-minute roster.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's going to be a good series. I do.
So looking at all the games today, I believe that also Evil Geniuses and Team Spirit have looked at all the games today. What do they take away?
They probably slept till 5 p.m. I mean, because they knew that this game was going to be at
No,
midnight.
they wouldn't have because they have practice
No.
rooms. They
Yeah,
both
they're
are
fiends.
hard-working teams.
Yep. I wonder if we're going to see Marana. I guess
think that-
I think we are going to see Morale.
Lich
Marana,
gets
Shmail.
countered by Nature's Prophet quite
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing you can kind of take away from the last series that we saw. So
So does it warrant a first ban still?
I'm not so sure actually.
I mean, yeah,
I think it's
maybe
going to
if
be
you-
interesting. I think that's one of the things that's going to be like in the series we might see if both teams or one of the teams actually is just not going to get the Lich, if they're going to prioritize maybe that Nature's Prophet or something else. So.
The two best heroes for dealing with Lich in this patch is Enchantress and Furion, because they can both apply early aggression on your towers and just be everywhere on the map. So if you ban those two out, I think Lich is the perfect first pick for any team. But you just have to be wary of those two.
We had Evil Geniuses also letting Lich through yesterday, and they picked Enigma indeed in the
They
first
try to
room.
be very greedy, didn't
Yes.
work out.
So we're going to see them be less greedy this series. It is a best of 3. They have a chance to try things out again.
Yeah,
That's
if
good.
they're going to try something new for Sumail in the mid lane, if he's going to play something different than Potom, Fear, hopefully maybe back on a roaming bounty hunter, ES, something along those lines for him. PPG Chen, I mean he's run it in the past, but I don't think they're going to necessarily do it. But there's just a lot of options for EG to actually run, and same thing for Team Spirit. They have Gallblack. They can run anything. They will run anything. So we're just going to have to find out.
It's actually very tricky to prepare for these teams if you're EG or Team Spirit, because you know that the team that played yesterday didn't play at the performance that they can play. So how are you going to perform against a team? How are you going to prepare against a team that, you know, you just pick random stuff? If you're EG, how are you going to prepare to deal with Team Spirit? What are they going to focus on to try and beat Team Spirit?
I think, really, if you're EG, you've obviously been doing a lot of preparation. I just think you focus on what you're good at. You don't really think too much and worry about what Spirit's going to do. You just, sort of, you know, at this point, especially when it's kind of the first LAN for the new team, you're just trying to solidify what you guys can do well as a team. You just need to play your game, hope that it's stronger than the opponent. I think that's what they've been doing, you know, yesterday. That's why they did lose some games, because they were just playing their game. You know, Sumail wanted to play Mirana. They give him Mirana. They let him build Aghanim's. He wants to play his game. That's what he does. So I think they just turn up, play what they want, you know, just try and find where this EG is going to stand in terms of play style, where their strengths are. This LAN's a bit of a learning experience for them, and just hope for them that it goes well against Spirit.
I think EG, because they're facing a weaker team right now, what looks like a weaker team for Team Spirit, I think they still might go a little bit greedy, and they'll be like, okay, we're going to win the later game no matter what, because we're going to be able to take it to the late game. You're not going to beat us in 20, 30 minutes. You're not going to be able to put enough pressure, and so I feel like they're going to try to pick for that later game scenario where we're just going to out-farm you, and then we're just going to beat you in the late game.
I think most of our games have been fairly long, apart from the one that we just saw in the last game of the Empire at Finem series.
There have been a lot of long games actually. But I think what Owen said is true. I think both teams kind of just look at themselves and, you know, prepare for what they want to do rather than think about the enemy team so much. Because what you said is true, sort of, that neither team wasn't really performing that well. So looking at the other team and thinking, okay, what are we going to ban, what are we going to pick, you know, because of them is not really the way to go, but rather just look at what you want to do, both of them, and go from there.
Yeah, I am actually thinking how we're going to switch you two out to go casting, because I don't think we're going to get a chance. So
we'll be fine. The draft hasn't started.
No
yet.
casters. How about we just do a 4-man cast? That sounds great, guys. We're on the panel all night.
Oh, goodness.
Casting all night, panel all night.
I think I'd rather just take PyCat than all you guys at the same time.
I mean, I'm going to be all on the couch alone with Shiver, very close together.
You guys can do that.
I guess I'll take care of Shiver for you, Owen.
I've got this man here.
you know what we're going to do?
What are we going to do? What's the plan?
We are going to try to play the video one more time.
Let's do it. Let's try again.
Go.
Come on.
It's our first tournament as a team. For our current roster, we have Fear, Bulba, AUI, and Sumail. My job as a captain is to make sure everything goes smoothly and make sure that we all get along. We had almost a 5-week break before our last tournament, so it's been a while since we played on stage in front of people. So I think that we're all really excited to go out there and prove ourselves and show everyone how good we really are. Winning is everything when it comes to Dota. Like, after we won TI, and that was like our biggest accomplishment today, and it was a dream we always had, like, since we started playing. I've been playing Dota or like similar games for maybe like 9 or 10 years. For us, it was a lot of adversity, trying to fight the tension between, you know, growing up and going to school and getting a real job. Convincing your parents that it's okay to play video games. And when I finally got to that point and my parents were like, oh, this is actually a thing, they were finally like accepting and proud and all the kind of things you'd want your parents to be. So we've been practicing a lot ever since we had the roster switch. We've been practicing almost every day or every other day, and I expect us to do really well, perhaps even better, and we're here to win.
See, that looks cool. That's what's worth
really
waiting
nice
for.
Video. Yeah.
That was worth waiting for.
Yeah. I think it was. I think the people at home will have appreciated that was made. So
yeah, that probably took like what, 5 hours to make. There was
5 hours.
I think there was for one of the teams it might have been, because I think it was raining one of the days they were shooting.
They actually took like 5
yeah,
hours.
we were talking about at Finem, and they were like, "Well, we had to wait 5 hours in the bus because it's raining. Who wants to take crappy shots when it's raining? So you have to wait for the beautiful scenery."
Setting up.
That's actually quite sad. You gotta wait in the bus for 5 hours waiting for the rain to dry up.
PPD alright? He's not moving.
I know.
PPD. Peter! Oh, he's alive. Oh, I got worried then.
Peter.
Okay,
It's like,
so
let's play, guys. I'm here.
our last series of the night is Evil Geniuses versus Team Spirit. Now, we do need to take a short break, because these two need to run over to the stadium and cast that series. So we'll be right back after short break. Now.
Heal us. The battle begins.
Smile. First blood. I return to the grasslands.